hypothesis and every finding, there is a story of collaboration, persistence, and passion. It's a period to celebrate these stories and to foster connections that can lead to future discovery and collaboration. We are honored to have a diverse array of speakers and presenters who are eager to share their insights and findings with you. Their work is a testament to the incredible talents and dedication that define our research community. I encourage you to engage with them, ask questions, and delve into discussions. Your participation is crucial in making this event vibrant and dynamic. To our esteemed acting Vice Chancellor, thank you for providing the resources and enabling environment to make this event become a reality. To our distinguished keynote speaker, very many thanks for honoring our invitation. Your participation not only but also exemplifies the collaborative nature of research. Your insights and contributions are invaluable to fostering an environment where ideas can flourish and new solutions can emerge. I believe you are streaming online. A special thank you to the organizing committee and volunteers
outside the world knows little or nothing about the efforts we have made.
This guy's phone. But
Research will
back
help
in.
to build or improve on the existing structures in the society. And if they are buried on the shelves in our offices and libraries, impact will not be interested in what is happening here today, calling on scholars, students to provide the results of the research they have conducted so that it can be brought to the fore of the university and then be taken out for others to do. Very many instances of old, of engineering, and so on and so forth. Even what is going on now in the country as we are here, for people protesting, these are issues that call for research. And when findings come
That's the
out of
charger now.
them, supposed to be moved to the appropriate authority so that they can be aware.
But see,
The Nigerian scholars suffer because
that's
it
what we
does
are
not
using.
have
That's what I'm
get
using.
enough support, financial support
It just collected
that
what?
supposed to have
Check it.
to enable them to conduct research. Some of them, therefore, are not very in-depth,
Yes, they could. Let's
not
try it.
thorough
We
enough
want to restart it now.
to
job from the current administration. We have been able to send into farmers new safe genetically modified products like telomerase, the BT cotton, and some other. But you must understand that these interventions, uh, biotechnological interventions, scientific interventions, usually will require a huge amount of resources, and these resources are time, money, and space. Now, for space, you remember that to do research, if you don't want In that team, we are over, I think about 20 of us. So you can imagine about 15, 20 of us or so, if I'm not mistaken. And we have plant biotechnologists in that team, we have agronomists in the team, we have microbiologists in the team, we have enzymologists, various disciplines, in these various expertise. So that during the defense, when the grants body look at the CV, attached to that proposal, they'll say, okay, yeah, the competence of those who want to, actualize that particular research plan, cannot be called in question. So that is the research idea. Then the second is to search for literature. No man is an island. It's not possible that you develop a research idea and then you think that you can successfully execute that. It is never possible. So what you do, once you get you need to find out who eventually becomes very relevant, who cares about that stuff. What is your target audience or who are your target audience? Who do you think will benefit by that study? You need to tie every proposal to the target, let me use the word audience, or tie every research idea or every proposal to a target. If it doesn't have a target, then it's just a research flowing in the wind. If I have a proposal, I should be able to say that this group of persons are going to benefit. So if your proposal does not translate to economic development or the development of a specific group of persons or a specific group of people, that will also translate to enhancing the economic progress of the country, then I'm sorry, the research doesn't go anywhere. So once that has been established, right, the next stage is you now develop your first draft. Now, you must understand that in developing your first draft, when you did your literature research, I'm sure you must have identified a couple of gaps, a couple of issues that probably you felt you could also add to your research. During that first draft, you try to look at that tool and then you embellish them into it. and a couple of others. I'll leave this slide with the organizers of this program so that you can, look at these various grants, and then you need to understand that there are not only grants for research, you also have grants for fellowships, grants for visits, travel grants, very few grants for writing books. What those of us who will want to write. faced. Now, you need to understand that your to come and check what you are doing. So you need to keep, you need to ready, you have to be ready. Now it's also important to check on the progress of what you do. It's important that you also set up a small in-house committee that will continue to monitor that project from time to time. Otherwise, members of your team are most likely to just squander the money and then you are left like that. Now, another very important aspect of managing the research is also to manage the personnel, manage the people within that research cycle, your team. Now, because I see situations where some people win grants and then they just sit on the grant and they start doling out money to members of the team as if they were Father Christmas. That is wrong. You should not allow overspending on personnel costs. You should also ensure that only those who are linked to that research, right, who are linked to that research and they have specific responsibilities, are the only ones that are taking the money. It is not time for you to use the money to go and marry new wives. It's not time for you to use the money to increase the budget in your home and then ask your wife to make the kind of no. Only those that are specifically targeted, involved in operations in particular instance, use your for those other persons, are properly delivered. Sometimes you can also finally, it's important that you learn how to close out because as the research goes to be closed, quickly learn how to gather all your reports together so that during the writing stage is not a problem. Now, this is really very important because I realize that most of the postgraduate students that have done supervised, that have PhDs, they don't usually have problems at the beginning of their research. They always have problems at the closeout of the research. Because at this time, they will now be looking for that data they had written about their study 2 years ago and all that, because of the unplanned nature. So what you do is you try to ensure that every information you obtain is dated and then you store them in a cloud, maybe in the cloud, Google Form. Actually ask students, ensure that you have a diary, not only a physical diary, but you must have an online diary so that by the time you are closing out or trying to make a final report of your grant, it will not be found wanting. Now let us talk about what happens. What if something goes wrong? What if the PI dies? That is the principal investigator. It's just like somebody doing Osusu. It is now your turn to collect Osusu. You are here now that the man who gathered, he don't die. Yeah. Such things can happen. Sometimes it's also possible that the PI will just go and submit the proposal on his own. Only his name is written. What are you going to do when that happens? What about when a team wins a huge grant and then all of a sudden the PI, the principal investigator, because the funding agency pays to the PI, depending on the agreements or the terms and conditions. Sometimes they don't just pay to the PI, they pay to an institution that the PI is linked to. And then all of a sudden you hear that the PI misappropriate the funds. So what usually happens? You must understand that you need to look at the terms and conditions for every research grant. There are terms that identify situations when PI dies. So please, nobody says everybody's going to die, but you must understand that death is inevitable. Everybody will die. So it's important that you have a second PI. Actually,
The problem we have in Nigeria today is because of lack of
This one will work.
and that has led to crisis, affected every other sector. So that is what I'm here now to look into the prospect of an aspect of energy, which is renewable energy. We have renewable energy in abundance in Nigeria. The technology to harness it is quite unlike the conventional energy. It is environmentally friendly and create jobs. We look also
so that you can use it in the night period where there is no sunshine. This energy you get from the sun is DC energy, direct current energy. Students of physics know this, or science in general. It cannot take some appliances. You need an inverter, which we use to convert it to AC for you to use it to power your fan or other electronic gadgets. You use deep cycle battery, not any type of battery. There are some parks who are making this renewable energy, particularly the solar, to be very difficult. Deep cycle is different from shallow battery because it does not accommodate some of the things the deep cycle battery like this charge. You have the controller. The charge controller regulates the amount of electricity that is charging the battery. It controls it. All is make up the balance of system for the solar. We have the wind energy. We have wind energy. But the Nigerian wind energy regime is very low. 2 to 4 meters square. Research is going on. But here in Nigeria, there are many people who are into this field. I'm not sure. We have areas we can be working on. Coming with wind turbines, with low wind speed. Very reliable. Everybody is doing it for you. Where you look at the diagram, go to slide what? Wind energy, yes. You can see the wind turbine. The wind turbine. If you use light material by employing polyester material that is very, very light, the cotton stitch, so that it can turn the turbine. Even within this a lot of work to be done here. And we can do it if the enabling environment is provided. Hydropower, pockets of water here and there that can be harnessed and used to generate the electricity. I will have many of them. If you look at the energy policy of Nigeria, the potential, you have many of the pockets of water. They generate electricity. Then we come to where I want to go now. The biofuels. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria has a problem with oil. At times, my failure is let us wait one money and find this oil to clean water. So that we will have clean water. It is a problem for us. We are letting them oil. The biofuel, the biomass potential a lot. In the biofuel, we have bioethanol, which also have been using to produce what they call illicit gene. You carry out distillation. Brazil has made a lot of extensive use of the bioethanol. They blend it to form the fuel. You use it for as industrial feedstock for other things. Biogas, this is complete waste. Waste material we don't use. Or you present using our company. This is biomass, animal residue, that we constitute health. If not well handled, they breed pathogens that if they find their way into the water, animals have problems. Humans have problems with their health. But if you gather all this system and subject them to we produce gas and other gas. The technology is there for that. We are talking of CND. But we have the system that will help us to get this running.
You took
The
one.
biodiesel.
Eh?
In the
You took
biodiesel,
one
we
of
have what we call the biodiesel and petrol diesel. The petrol diesel, look at the price. Polluting environment. Do you know the amount of carbon that you have in the food? And I said we are now the carbon creators. We have no business.
Yes, sir. They said they should leave it there.
Every year, there is not a part of every part of the country. You move from
Let me complete it.
expansion.
You are drinking.
But you know the benefit you obtain. If you plant jatropha, jatropha is a carbon dioxide. This carbon dioxide is a global warming. And you send it.
Speaker has moved out from the
Early
camera.
this year,
Somebody is walking.
I went to a conference
Just pressing for.
and the carbon credit market was extensively discussed. We have potential. But as you are working that, who don't you want it? What is this man talking about? They label it because they are just tired at the moment they are getting control. Grow up start development. There are centers for nuclear to conduct research and development in the renewable energy. We have one University of Nigeria. We have at the University of Lagos, platform focuses on energy efficiency. We have also embarked on clean food and so forth. The unfortunate thing is that when these centers are set up, they were working very, very well. And that's why we are able to see some of the private projects that emanated from their research. Members of the National Assembly came, they hijacked it, and they started a building project that do not stand the test of time. We see a lot of them failing and discouraging people that see as energy is not working. They work very, very well. Chairman, the first solar energy village in this country. Professor Dioha, Professor in 1987. So, research is very, very important. What I'm saying is that those centers today, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening yet. The people who are even conducting research happening. Policy. Without policy, you cannot do anything. If the federal government did not give the policy direction, and they say that no, they don't want some, you can do it. Not to talk of capturing in the budget. Policy is very, very important. Here in Nigeria, we have policy is different from law. No meaningful investor will commit the money into any investment without having the energy law. I was at the Energy Commission of Nigeria, the director. They don't have money to invest. Not the statement. So it is the very the policy. When it is passed into law, we give the investors encouragement to invest them. Apply the cost, nothing is being done there. The members of the National Assembly will gather. Take them to pass the national energy policy. It doesn't take them anything. It doesn't take them anything. The only problem of Nigeria, I went to Ethiopia the same thing. I went to Kenya the same thing. you see the same disease. What is happening in Nigeria today as a result of lack of coordination and focus. Look at the industries down, no energy. It is also to other African countries. They are even Ghana. Yes. Problem of energy, you have abundance of energy. Many people don't want to go to Lagos or go down. They will be doing their business. Without a proper energy, you cannot have any activity. Let us go please to some of the projects. Selected renewable energy projects, quickly, so that I can. Who is driving this? Selected energy projects. Yeah, these are selected energy projects. If you see the one at the top left, that one is a mini grid. Solar photovoltaic. This is the remote area where people do not have access to electricity. You go there and put this type of mini grid. It will provide them electricity. They can do their work, set up businesses, phone charging, and so forth. They sell in the night. This village has been enjoying this facility. That is solar dryer. We produce a lot of food crops, but many of them deteriorate. They are lost in the process of handling them. They decay. It has small solar dryers. If you go to Kenya, go to Ethiopia, you see what they are doing. These are wind turbines. Small wind turbine, generating electricity. You can use all this. This is solar, water bubble. The active ancestors. I come to ADUN. Every time we have scarcity, we are crying that no one. Use solar water bubble. All we need here is to have solar water bubble. Or if you know some of the members of the house, you can ask them to take it up as consensus project and come and do it. Crop dryer. The other one is the biogas digester. This biogas digester is of human droppings. Human droppings to generate gas, cooking gas. I went to Kotonugu. We were encouraged, please. There was dedicated toilet. And if you go there and eat, the gas will use, the physics will use to generate gas for cooking. It was demonstrated. Have it. Next slide. These are capacity building. Chairman, sir. A company, there are many companies that we have contacted that are interested to come here and train the staff of and students of this university. Free capacity building. Training, most of these things are appropriate. They are not high tech. At least you know how to identify force. This is capacity building. Training free. These are cook stoves. This is to reduce the amount of food you consume while cooking. They are efficient. So this one is solar water heater. I will be presenting the paper for this initiative. This one does not need electricity. This is solar thermal heating. Heat energy from the sun. If we install these things on our rooftop, we have very beautiful roof here. The heat energy from the sun will be used to heat water. And the students will be having access to water. They might need it. Out of what we don't need. Heating with electricity costs a lot of money. Just like in conclusion, Chairman, sir, I conclude by saying that if we key into this prospect of renewable energy in Nigeria, we are going to have access to energy in the rural areas, which we gain in the climate, energy supply, environmentally friendliness, and the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yua, for that presentation on renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go further, the Vice Chancellor has so many things on his table that he's to clear, so we're going to excuse him for now. But before he goes, we'll take a group photograph. Media please, can you come? Research committee, can you join them up? Take this photograph before the VC leaves. And then Association of Salas will get ready for the next presentation immediately after the photographs are taken. Please, if you have questions for our presenter, just write it down. At the end of the presentation, all of them will come up where we take the questions. So please kindly be writing down your questions. And then equally for the keynote speaker, also write it down and submit it to Musa. He's sending it to him immediately. Work on it to do a video presentation to answer all those questions. So please, let's take a group photograph for the BC leaves and then we'll continue the session, please. Where are the team? You can join the research team. Come and join. Thank you. Musa. Thank you. And please, to our everybody presenting, please, we have a timekeeper here, Mr. Tavish. Once your time is up, you walk, Mr. Tavish, please, once somebody's time is up, you walk down here and show time, you show it to the person and show it to the audience and go and sit down. So at that point, you know that you are to wrap up. You have 15 minutes of presentation. So please, let's take notes so that we don't stay here more than necessary. So at this moment, let me call Associate Prof. Silas Ihedioha for his own presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, may I continue with the existing protocol? Can I have the slides? Of course, the topic of this discussion or presentation is consumption and investment strategies of an investor under unsteered lend-back and constant elasticity of variance models through power utility optimization. Well, the basic thing that man does is to what? Produce and consume. But in this case, we are going to look at a situation where the investor invests in two items. His portfolio is made of two items, the bond and the stock. Then why are we interested in this? So many companies have come up and died, especially in the insurance industry and other industries. Why they not? So we decided to look at maximum population of the investment strategies and consumption of these investments. In looking at that, we consulted a lot of works already done by other researchers and found that the majority of them are looking at the rate of return of the investment has been a constant, which in real life they are not. So we decided to look at certain concepts. Firstly, we looked at Brownian motion
For today,
and Austin-Limbeck model with constant elasticity of variance.
we're having
I-
challenge sending the slides.
The
So
one-
we'll use refreshment to
Which
organize
we
all
are
the
seeing
slides.
is driven by the Austin-Limbeck model and the stock, which investment price dynamics is driven by the constant elasticity of variance. I'm taking the slides and then I'm going to show you what this will look like. So, what do we use? We decided to look at the concept of dynamic programming. What is it all about? That the solution of a whole system can be broken down in segments. As you are broken down in segments, the solution of one step leads to the solution of the next step until you conclude the whole system and then get your result. And that is to making use of a certain principle in dynamic programming, which we call the maximum principle. But most of the papers we looked at were using Ito's Vega. So we decided to use the maximum principle. And then that leads to our generating an equation which is a second order partial differential equation. And because second order partial differential equations are difficult to solve, we decided to transform them from the partial differential equation from partial differential equation to ordinary differential equation. And that leads to the materials and methods. The materials and methods we employ here, one is to formulate the market strategy. And then for formulating the market strategy, you can see that equation one says PV is equal to RT into PVT, PT. And what does that mean? That the variation in the price of the bond is governed by this formula. And for the fact that is no longer a constant, which other people have done, we decided to use R that is time variable. And we now see that it gives us that equation 2. But we know that for you to invest, you have to bring money. So part of the money he invested in the stock, then the other part he invested in the bond. And other things that are actually making investments difficult, we model them as Brownian motion. And what is this Brownian motion? It's just a sequence of equations that vary so stochastically that you can hardly manage. For instance, in Nigeria, every day you go to the market, price changes. One of the things that actually make it change is because there are other factors which you can hardly manage. So In that case, we decided that all this can be bundled up in a Brownian motion. And then using that, we evolved an equation which we call the Hamilton-Jacobi partial differential equation. And that equation is in equation 17. And how do we get our optimal strategies? In our mathematics, the basic mathematics which you have done, if you want to find the maximum point or the minimum point, what do? You differentiate the equation and equal to 0. And when you do that, you arrive at these equations given in equation 26 and equation 25. These equations, we now decide to see that these equations are second order partial differential equations. And they are dependent on some variables. So we have to invoke the removal of dependency. And what does that mean? If a function is a function, if a function is made up of 4 variables, you can reduce to 3 variables, reduce to 2 variables, and reduce to 1 variable, and solve it. And that we need to obtain equation 39 and equation 40. Considering that the various equations we used had Brownian motions, we looked at the situation of the situations where they did not correlate and where they correlate. And where they did not correlate led to these findings that we are going to look at. And from there, we now determine whether this company over LB squared, B sub S squared gamma. And what does that mean? That if eventually your mu is equal to R, then it means that you have actually 0 investment in that company. And when it happens, the company what? Folds. But if it does not happen, you continue to what? Exist. So it means that when you are actually investing, your choice of investment plan, your choice of utility will warrant whether you are going to succeed or not. Because the child is sitting, instead of trying or making a provision, you just give your hand and continue giving. Once you don't, regulate how much you give out, get rid of that. That is why we have insurance company like Unique Insurance Company. Is it in existence up to now? No. Even your own business, there are other factors that are affected. The human interaction. Somebody want to open his mouth, immediately you drop your money as your capital for investing. He swallows it. Why? Because you are not able to determine the kind of investment plan you want to, which is dependent on the utility function you want to use. And what is this utility function? It's a function that determines the satisfaction that you get from the investment you are doing. So, in that case, we decided to use the power utility. And the power utility has another variation, which is the exponential utility function. But when you use the exponential utility function, you see that that utility function suppresses some of the variables that are actually leading to the viability of your company. So we decided to look at this power utility function. And when we used it, we saw that it captured all the variables that are actually supposed to be in the business. And when you monitor these variables, their behavior, you should now know whether your company will exist or not. And finally, I want to say here that before you expect, look at what you are expecting, the value of it, If you don't have a good value for it, you drop it. You cannot be too kind to kill your own business. So before you start a business, look at all the things that are surrounding all the variables, and then look at the variables. For instance, if we have actually said that our rate of return is constant, then it means that by behaving like that, not taking care of the changing effect on things, we are going to just walk into a big hole that we find difficult to come out. So you can still look at other areas of this investigation we have done, because we bundle everything that can be expended by the human being to work and call God. But before you transact, we have transaction costs. So if you can build transaction costs into this model, you'll be able to get other results that will be fantastic and will work better for the whole society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for giving to time. Bob, I understand this paper was done by Associate Prof. Silas Area and Isaac Monclave Doctor. So thank you for giving to time. We're going to go to the next presentation. Like we said, please, if you have questions, write them down. At the end of the presentations, we'll bring all the presenters to come so that you can ask them your questions and they will respond. The third presenter for today is Dioha Rosemary Ifeanyichukwu. Please, is your name well? Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Ability to stand on existing protocol. I'm speaking on the effects of corruption demand by microfinance fund services and small business sustainability in Anambra State. Hello.
Slide of the content. No, come back. Is that the new thing? No, that's not inside. Make a show. Make a copy and put it inside.
It is believed that the collection of microfinance services in the economy educate, poverty, and enhance people's standard of living, according to CAGR 2021. The presumption become very among the policymakers due to the role microfinance labs have played and is still playing globally in supporting inclusive growth. That is according to CAGR 2019. It is supporting growth and expansion of micro, small, medium, and scale enterprises in the market economy. This model of this is relevant in any developing economy. Microfinance funds provide a connection for a business to access sustainable competitive advantage. It is also known that the establishment of microfinance banks in Nigeria was informed by the institution of the thought and small businesses from the conventional financial services, which led the government to initiate a broad variety of informal alternative financial services that can meet the financial needs of the categories there mentioned above. They were established to provide microcredit to the poor so as to alleviate poverty by the provision of microloans to low-income earners. They were expected to equally engage in efficient resources allocation process, provide practical economy for the administration of microcredit programs to the government and high-net individuals or non-resources basis, according to Mr. and Aisha 2012. I have my research objective. The broad objective of the study is to establish the microfinance services and small business sustainability in Nigeria, using Anambra State as the study area. But specifically, the study intends to determine the collateral demand by microfinance services and small business sustainability in Nigeria. Research question. The following research question was raised to guide the objective of the study. What is the effect of collateral demand by microfinance services and small business sustainability in Nigeria? Statement of hypothesis. The following hypothesis was formulated to guide the objective of the study as well as strengthen the analysis. The collateral demand by microfinance does not have significant positive effect on sustainability of the business in Anambra State, Nigeria. Statement of the problem. Nigerian government launched the microfinance policy in Nigeria in 2005 through the Central Bank of Nigeria with the aim of providing both financial and non-financial services to the poor, MSPs, and other unbanked individuals. UNIS 2011 had observed that there are strong indications that there are fundamental flaws in microfinance programs in Nigeria. Some of the flaws, according to him, are the policy is not designed for the poor, rather, it is for traders, suppliers, and importers, which explain the culture for that the bank's demand. The banks are primarily located in the cities and urban areas rather than rural areas where the poor are mostly found. The banks also insist on collateral as they handle start off a new business and they own by the Spanish. In his opinion, a true bank should owned by the poor who are also his customers. To observe that only 15% of startups survive up to the first 5 years in Nigeria, thus showing the policy appears not to have the definitive tackle the financial challenges of the target groups in the economy. Significance of the study. Microfinance is one of the many interventions government has made in Nigeria towards solving its wealth of unemployment and poverty. The study has two distinct significance, that is, theoretical and practical significance. From the theoretical significance perspective, the literature will be greatly enriched as sufficient fact will be added to the existing stock of literature, thereby adding to the expansion of the focus of knowledge. The empirical significance stems from the fact that many categories of people will benefit from the study, and they include, but not limited to, the students, the researchers, and the general public. We have the government. From the findings, the government will be giving insight on how to make the policy more effective and responsive to the needs of the target group. We have the management of the bank. The high level of the bank in terms of making credit available to those who actually need it will be reduced to accommodate the millions of people seeking credit for support of the existing business or outreach startup. Finding results to reveal that appropriate policy dialogue will be made. We have the operators of the FS. This set of people had to tackle that they cannot be able to access the financial of the bank as expected. They will be advised on how they can benefit from both financial and non-financial services offered by the bank. We have the students of the researchers who might want to carry out further studies in this area of study and will find the report very useful because it will serve as a use tactic for them to carry on. We have the general public. The general public will benefit immensely because the outfit tools and services that will follow from the efficient and effective operation of the suppose sit down and MSc for their own. We have the scope of the study. We have the content scope, that is the cover scope of the microfinance services. We have the geographical scope. This covers the major commercial towns in Anambra State, the Anambra and the Neo. We have the time scope, the period between the period whereby the study is covered, that is from 2019 to 2023, both years there inclusive. We have the unit scope, which is the microfinance part. We have the variable scope that covers the interest rate demanded for them to have access to microfinance. We have the methodology. We have the design. The study was describing the nature, the source of data, their primary and secondary data. The determination of sample size was determined through the application of formula developed by Bob and Carl in 1989. So how the sampling technique, which was used in the observation of systematic method. We have the instrument of data collection, which was 5 point and larger scale was used. But this of this treatment was based on content validated, which was carried out by giving out from domestic engineering to supervisors and other experts to make comments on the site. The correction method to the Bible raw extra time were duly reflected on the final draft. By conclusion, the study established the high demand in reducing some of the essence in Anambra from assessing mental to the largest. You also determined the extent of which compromise are contributed to the assessment of the essence. Recommendation. It is that the study recommends that microfinance should lower collateral demand. The management of the microfinance should revise the policy and requirements for us to ensure that most of the traders will be able to access more products easily. They will also have the effect of attracting more customers to microfinance as well as enable them to sustain their business. Contribution to knowledge. The study has an impact contribution to the understanding of the accessibility of microfinance bank credit to the scheme of the small business in Anambra State by increasing information in the area of collateral demand. The study also stated that the conceptual and empirical will affect the microfinance businesses in Anambra State. I think that is where I'm making my.
Thank you very much to Rosemary Yoha for that timely presentation. All right, like I said, if you have questions, please write them down. At the end, we'll ask them the questions. The fourth presenter here, I have Vio Okolo. Are you here? Are you ready? Okay, please, let's welcome Vio Okolo for his presentation. That's the effects of substance. Okay, you tell us more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. That is Vio, not Okolo. Thank you. So I'll stand on the existing protocol to present a topic of research, effect of social pressure on the good performance and survivability of black soldier flag, that is Harnesia emissions. And on the background of the study, we all know the two general problems we have in this country. One is hunger, while the second one is insecurity. And this insecurity has been largely fueled by hunger. People not being satisfied with what's available and making them paranoid because they say hungry man is an angry man. So that would be it. And so we are now trying to solve a problem that will using insects to bridge the gap between protein supply and human consumption and availability. And how we want to do that is to employ these insects that can consume the bioorganic waste we have in our environment and then turn it into biomass of high protein content that we can now use to feed animals, and then we consume these animals. Going by the fact that people have issues with the anthropophagy, that is the eating of insects. Some people find it disgusting, and not to talk of asking some worms. So this Laxuda fly larva, very good substitute for fish meal, which is used to produce both fish feed and livestock feed. And so we have done experiments on that aspect and also try to now establish optimum moisture concentration in the substrates that will give the best result. Because farmers have been trying to mass produce this larva with little success due to unavailability of enough information as to how much water will be available in the substrate. So for this particular research, we use just poultry droppings, which we know it comes at little cost. We use poultry droppings here, but that's not the only thing that this insect can consume, this larva can consume. It can even consume human pee. So anything at all, from your kitchen waste to the farm waste to restaurant leftover to human feces, once it's organic, it can be fed to these insects. And the good part of it is that there is no known zoonotic transmission so far from this larva to humans. The reason is that the adults, which can fly, do not really feed. They only depend on water to survive for a period of time. And the larvae themselves that feed on this waste product have a lot of antimicrobial, antifungal, and antiviral activities that helps them to actually leave this substrate that they live on to become less pathogenic and even less smelling at the end of the feeding duration. So we started by getting poultry substrates, that cosmetic materials now used, which was wet at the time of collection. So it was spread in open air to air dry, and after which it was blended using Silvercrest electric blender to about 2 mm to 5 mm size, because this larva do not have well-developed mouthparts to break down large chunks of food. So after which they were bagged and kept in a dry environment when they were used. And the experiment was designed in a completely randomized design, where we have 3 moisture ratios of 30, 50, and 70, and also repeated 3 times each. Then the larvae themselves were reared in containers of 30, 15, and 10 cm. And each replicate had 18,000 larvae, containing 3 kg of poultry droppings with the required moisture content for the period of rearing. And this period of rearing lasted for 12 days, which is enough time for us to see the first pre-pupa or the feeding division was stopped. Then during the harvesting of the lava were harvested by pouring hot water into the container. This helped to kill lava and purge them of whatever content they have in their guts. And they were now dried and processed, milled into powder, used to process the feed. During the period of wearing, lava was collected by weighing this lava and using electronic digital scale, and also collecting the length and width of the lava. And the analysis was done using SPSS version 23 and being separated with Duncan multiple. So after the experiment, the results we got showed us that the lava had 70% moisture performed the best in terms of length, width, and the weight. But then, on the aspect of the weight, you can see that the alphabet on the bar show us that all the differences there are significantly different. Then on the survivability, all the lava survived in all the moisture concentrations used. But then we have lowest survival rate at 30% of water substrate. And we now found out that the results of the length and width agree with what Becker et al. In 2019 published, that 45% of moisture and above actually supported better growth of the lava. At the same time, what we got on the weight also agreed with Kamak and Chamberlain et al. 2017, that growth dependent on development is better achieved at 70% than at 50%. But then, when we checked length, we also saw that the difference between the 70% moisture ratio and about 50 were not significantly different. But in terms of weight, which is usually the measure of checking of the lava themselves, we saw that 70% gave the best. 70% of moisture gave the best performance. So in terms of survivability, like I said earlier, the lava will survive from between 30% of moisture to 70% moisture. But then 70% moisture content of substrate makes the substrate to have the best texture and gives the lava freedom to move about and be able to break down the waste products. And all these contribute to better survival of the lava. And therefore, we conclude that 70% of moisture can be used to wear this lava and get optimum performance. And this is what we advise for anybody who is interested in harnessing this lava we call brown gold to actually help to minimize the problem farmers face in terms of cost of production, to use what you don't pay for as much to gain a lot. Imagine where you have the cost of feeding reduced by more than 15% in livestock production. I think that's a huge success, and that can be achieved, and at the same time keeping the environment cleaner. Because the substrate that will remain after wearing this lava is good enough nutrient for land treatment. That is not land as organic manure. And this manure, you won't bother yourself with smell, you won't bother yourself with compacting diseases because it has become less hygienic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping to time. Opoku, I hope I didn't murder your name this time around. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. All right, and we're moving, And the next on this is from Bamidele Oluwaseyi Kelvin. Are you here? Okay. Quantum computers, the Wing Zero School. All right. Please come for a presentation. And I think it's the first student for today, so let's encourage our student. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to stand on existing protocols as I address you on a topic, quantum computing ring zero school. Before I go on, let me explain what I mean by ring zero, because I'm not going to discuss about it later on the slide. When you're in computing science, ring zero is based on operating system. There are different levels to the deepest level. And ring zero is like the lowest, so you have access to everything. It's like fundamentals. So in this context now, ring quantum computing, I'm not going to spread branches to expand levels of quantum computing. I'm just taking like fundamentals. Understand? Okay, this. Wow. Okay, that's how it looks like. Quantum computers have built enough time to present themselves as something faster than regular supercomputers are today, right? And supercomputers in this generation, they occupy rooms of space and everything, but that's a quantum computer. It's not bigger than a car. Can't fit there. And later on, you get to see how it looks like when placed with a human being. It operates on the principle of quantum mechanics. Yes, that is the quantum physics that runs molecules, atoms, and all of that. Like in your shirt, the constant motion. Yeah, that's how quantum computers work. This is where I now begin to explain how these things came about and where, or let's see how they can help us. When human beings first started, imagine, I'm going to use this analogy now for video game. We are fixed, nothing around us, no computers. That was the end generation. And in this part, we usually did mathematics and physics with our minds, counting with our fingers and all that. But there were some bridges that we could not cross. This is the analogy I'm going to give. We are walking with our feet and we are moving around the landscape of it just by ourselves and with our mind that we are thinking. But there are some places that we can actually get to. There are some things we could not do. We could not crunch numbers. Try to multiply a 10-digit number by another 10-digit number. Now you will break down because you couldn't do it. Then computers came about. These are the earlier ENIACs and all these pieces. This ones came about and they now assisted human beings a bit. Accountants were now able to do these things without police carrying paper and pen and they were writing. So they didn't work like that again. This happened. But then again, it now transformed this our world. We are not seeing roads, we are seeing bridges, and now we can move little by little. But then, okay, sorry, we are now on buses. The computers of those days were now buses for us. We could travel faster, we could cross some certain places, but there are some places that we cannot get to. Are you following us far? Now that's when other computers, modern days that we have today, they now came about, and we are not seeing variations of supercomputers and all of that, and everything is now working favorably for us. We can now do aerospace, we can now operate the fans, we can now turn switches, we can now calculate, we can now watch videos on our phones. It's all part of the process. And as this came about, you now transform this our world to a city. Now you're seeing roads, now you're seeing cars moving faster. You grab. Okay. But quantum computers now presented themselves, and let me explain that the quantum computer is not necessarily a faster car. It's not going to enable you to travel faster. No. Quantum computer is a boat. Yeah, it's a boat. What I mean by boat, in that our little island, there are some places that we've not actually touched. There's a sea if you look around it. And there are some other islands outside that we've not discovered as human beings. there's deep space, there's deep sea, there are so many other things we've not touched. And this book took up in 2018 or thereabouts when we really established quantum computing. We got up to this point. Let's see now. From here on, I will now explain to you the working principles of quantum computers, how these things now want to help us explore the sea that human beings will not actually touch, the islands that we not touched. The question we ask right now is what is on the other side of the sea? I said there are some things we've not touched, right? But what is it that we've not actually, that computers we have today have not enabled us to get to? First of all, how are they different from classical computers? Classical computers are your phones, your laptops, yeah, the projector, the camera. These are classical computers. And this is how they work. In 1940, there was laptop tube. This is how they operate like this. And electrons pass through gates, and these gates are, yeah, they are gates, and they allow passive electrons. They don't allow you to pass that kind of thing. And when you bring everything down, that's the basic operation of your phone. They are blocking of electrons and all of that. And these transistors, generation, you now have CPUs where you can have transistors of 1 micrometer, and they're fitting millions and millions of one. That was not increasing human beings' capability for computation. We're not getting stronger in that. Then, if you look at it today, even your iPhone, the 15, there's the A17 chip, and that A17 carries 19 billion transistors. So from 1940 to now, multiply that by 19 billion times. How does this assist us? If you look closely, there's no restriction to us. We've made transistors so small. The original origin of transistors was to block electrons, right? But now they've become so small that they are getting the size of the electrons themselves, so they cannot even block again. How do human beings now travel this? This is how brought to the idea of computers, or what we call qubits. This is a classical bit. A classical bit can only hold a value of 1 and 0, nothing more. But the quantum computers, this is what we call qubits. Now, qubits can hold both a 1, a 0, and both. As in, it can hold a 1, it can hold a 0. Different proportions of it inside the same qubit. This now multiply. In that, we can, what we usually do with 2 bits, 2 classical bits, we can do 4 times more with 2 qubits. What we usually do with 4 classical bits. Sorry. Okay, I'll explain this very shortly. When you have 2 classical bits, there are 4 possible configurations, 0, 1, 0, 0, and all the rest. And 2 bits, since it can only hold 1 and 0, it can only pick one of those 4 configurations. But the qubit, however, can actually hold all 4 because it can hold both. I will prepare the analogy, I don't have much time. Then when you get to multiply this thing, have 4 classical all 4 at the same time. This was now multiplying human beings' capabilities. Okay, that's where you now have in headline like this, where you see Google created a quantum computer. That was 450 qubits. And this was the calculation 47 years, faster, yeah, than the world's number 1 supercomputer. It would take that computer 47 years to solve it. But Google's quantum computer did it in a matter of seconds. Human beings will not strength, that kind of thing. Good. So this is just the major differences. Classical computer is big, quantum is qubits, and different. So what is this quantum computer good for? Let's go back to that virtual map. That's the thing that we have not yet discovered. So one of the things that scientists found useful for quantum computers is to simulate nature. What do I mean? Nature operates on quantum mechanics, like I explained earlier, and that's how the molecules move. And if you want to be able to simulate nature, why not use a computer that works on that same quantum mechanics? What does this get us? Normally, you do these things like you do experiments, chairs, speakers, all these things are not just by trial and error, right? But with quantum computer that works on quantum mechanics, we can now foresee what would happen when you mix so and so things. This now enables us to prepare very interesting materials. Sorry. Yeah, the molecules work on quantum mechanics. This now enables us to prepare very interesting materials. We can now work on battery technology very easy. And one that was making sense when I heard it and I was thinking is that we cannot make better medicines. How do I mean? Even medicines are made by trial and error. What do you get when you mix these things? But with quantum computer, you can foresee these things and simulate nature and simulate what will happen when you mix some sort of things. So instead of, first of all, testing, and in desperate situation, testing on live subjects, you and me, now we can actually think of these things ahead of time. Think of how this can help human beings. Before you know, we are making drugs for interesting diseases like cancer and the rest, and we'll pass that situation. And now there is the aspect of quantum computers that scare everybody. No, not us, but it scares nations. That is encryption. Okay, let's do some small cybersecurity. On your phone, when you make a bank transaction and everything, it's all passing through. Every encryption is done by two values. You have a public key and there's a private key. Your private key is two numbers that is peculiar to you. Two digits, very large, 300 digits long, and you can use that to decrypt anything. The one you now make available to the public is your public key. You multiply these two numbers together, and that's your public key. If anybody wants to send you a message, you will collect your public key, encrypt for you. But that encryption cannot be decrypted with the public key. It's the private key that does that. And nobody will be able to factor out these two prime numbers. Even the supercomputers will take millions of years to do that. But there's actually a formula you can use to factor it out. And like I said, it takes billions of years. But it's step two of the algorithm that takes those years. And the interesting thing is that the quantum computer, with its marvelous quantum capabilities, takes that step two and shrinks it down to hours or days. So they will what will usually take billions of years to encrypt your data, your bank transaction, your bank pin, will be done in, I don't know, hours because of quantum technology. This now brings headlines like this where you're seeing quantum computers breaking encryption, spoiling all, yeah, things like this. And it's not even scaring governments because they know what can happen if someone is able to perfect these things. That's why they're not in this. Let's see which nation can build this thing faster. Let's see which nation can penetrate here faster. I don't have time. Okay. But these computers, because of this particular problem, nations now challenge themselves to see who can make better encryption methods that do not work with the RSC algorithm. And so they now call it quantum resistant encryption projects. So they are looking for encryption that will not be susceptible to quantum breaches. This is the quantum computer when you size it up with a human being. The whole first column, if you look to the bottom, that's the quantum chip. It's not bigger than my palm. Those supercomputers can fill a room. That copper wire and copper cooling, it's just for cooling system because the temperature of these things needs to be as low as minus 495 degrees Fahrenheit. They need that whole. Only a supercomputer takes around $300 million to build and hundreds of millions of dollars to maintain here. But that quantum computer, as small as it is, it takes 1 point something billion dollars for augmentation or for bringing up. But maintenance, it goes around hundreds of millions. That's not going to happen anytime soon in Nigeria. But like we said, there were NER computers, and these computers filled rooms and they were so big. Nobody imagined that they would fit inside the palm of our hand. In fact, it's that the phone you're holding is even more powerful than the mainframe that they used to send man to the moon. So now they've brought up a new concept, a larger computer. Are we going to sleep in our pockets soon? Well, let's just leave that to the future. But let's know that China already started a project and they made computers, quantum computers, small enough to cost $50,000. And consumers are actually buying it and making harness. You know what I mean? So, in conclusion, like I said, it's just an awareness talk to tell you what is happening for the last 25 years, bring to your knowledge of quantum computing and how it works and how it can decrypt you, how it can bring new drugs, and all of that. Thank you very much. God bless.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. The students of computer science, that was a wonderful one, Mr. Babidele. We move to the next presentation. Like I said at the end, we write questions, we're going to take questions at the end. Let's invite on behalf of this team, Prince Falaye, who wants to present on behalf of others the potential logistic effects of guava cashew leaves tea on the human health. Okay, thank you.
Standing on the existing protocol. We're looking at the potential synergetic effects of guava and cashew leaf on human health. On human health. What motivates me to begin to dig into health is that when I saw in Genesis chapter 1, verse 29, when God said he has given up calves as food, that began to raise my hope to
This Dr.
this health related.
This one.
And I have seen really in life how number one, health can make you look younger, can cure any manner of disease or sickness. For example, I used to have a child that was asthmatic, and as a trainer,
like it's 5G.
every midnight, the try to come up mostly in the midnight. I will take the child to the hospital, rush her to the hospital, and they nebulize her fast oxygen. But when I begin to see what God is saying about health, I use those ginger, turmeric, and garlic, and now the thing is off. It doesn't happen again. Unlike when you are on nebulizer. Going on my cashew and guava leaves have been used in traditional medicine for a very long time in many different civilizations. There are many medical properties. I'll be jumping so many things. Although guava and cashew leaves have long been known for their separate health advantages, there is a growing interest in learning more about the combined effects of consuming this leaf as a tree. I've left that place, Mr. Biola. Okay, I've left the place. Okay. The purpose of this review is to compile the body of information regarding the health advantage of cashew and guava leaves with an emphasis on any potential synergetic effect. The exploration of the synergetic effect of guava and cashew leaves is particularly relevant in the context of increasing interest in natural and complementary therapy. Understanding the combined benefits of these leaves can pave the way for new therapeutic approaches that liberate the strengths of both plants, offering a potent natural remedy for various health conditions. Now, guava leaf. We want to look at what guava leaves contain on its own. Guava leaves are rich in flavonoids, tannin, saponin, carotenoids, essential oils, and phenolic compounds. These compounds are known for their strong antioxidant and antimicrobial properties, which play a crucial role in promoting health and preventing diseases. Health benefits. Okay. Now, the health benefits of guava leaf. Number one, it contains antioxidant properties. Globally, it are rich in antioxidants, which help in neutralizing radical and prevent oxidative stress-related diseases. These antioxidants can protect cells from damage, reduce the risk of chronic diseases, and improve overall health. It also contains antimicrobial effects. Globally, extracts have demonstrated antimicrobial properties against a range of bacteria and fungi, making them useful in treating infection. Let me stay here. Whenever you see someone that is having diarrhea, or the person that have issue with vomiting, what you do, stooling, especially, what you do, just get the fresh form of it and give it to the person. That thing will just die down immediately. It has been proven. Okay, we go to the health benefit of globally. The health benefit of globally. It also contains anti-diabetic. The globally, the cashew leaf now. We are now in cashew leaf. The first one was globally, now we are in cashew leaf. You know, what we said is they are looking at the combination, what it can give to us. But this is now individual. We are looking at the health benefit. Research suggests that cashew leaf help manage blood sugar levels, making them beneficial for diabetic patients. The bioactive compounds in cashew leaf enhance insulin sensitivity and regulate glucose metabolism. It also contains antioxidants like that of guava leaf. Cashew leaf exhibits strong antioxidant activity, which can help protect cells from oxidative stress, from oxidative damages. We look at the antimicrobial properties like that, also contained in guava leaf. Cashew leaf extracts have shown effectiveness against various pathogens, supporting their use in traditional medicine for treating infections. The antimicrobial compound in cashew leaf inhibits the growth of bacteria and fungi. The anti-inflammatory, we want to look at them, we also have contained anti-inflammatory property. The anti-inflammatory property compound in cashew leaf can help reduce inflammation and pain associated with chronic conditions. This leaf modulates the inflammatory response by inhibiting the pro-inflammatory cytokines and enzymes. The potential synergetic effect. I have a co-presenter here. Will present this part of the, because a test was done combining the guava leaf and the cashew leaf and was taken to lab, and the result was this that we got. My co-presenter is not.
Light followed my legs. I don't think somebody can. Let's take a break.
Yeah. Can we go on?
Yes.
Okay, so
Catching your voice. Those things you are saying. Catching you.
I don't miss you do not connect the audio. Is there any way we can go to settings? Yeah. But they're taking the light now. You see now, see. It is coming first. Okay. I'll change it to see.
Fungi. So for them, it's like a defense mechanism. For us, it's a build up on our immune system. part of these phytochemicals. Okay, I don't want to sound too scientific with all these things, but we have things like glycoside, tannins, phenol, yeah, names like that. One of the important things they do is they have antioxidant properties. What that means is just by being alive, your cells are undergoing stress. They are using up oxygen, producing carbon dioxide. You won't let your body rest. You must go on social media. Your brain is working 24/7. Your blood is always going around your body. Your heart is working. And those cells are undergoing stress. While the cells are working, there's something, free radicals are being produced because everything happening in your body is actually a chemical reaction, right? We have like thousands of chemical reactions happening in your body right now. And the thing with chemical reactions is that they are byproducts of those reactions, which, if they accumulate in your body, becomes toxic. What your body is producing is toxic to your own body, and you need something to help you remove those toxins. So basically, that's what these phytochemicals do. They're antitoxidants. So when your body produces those stress chemicals in quotes, and you take in these plants and you take in these decoctions, they help your body eliminate the toxic products that your own body produced while it's doing the millions of jobs you've given yourself to do. So basically, that's the layman way I can put it for what this antioxidants does. They also help your immune system by targeting like cancer cells. They help the circulatory system, so your heart is functioning better. You're having less toxins around your blood cells, less toxins around your tissues, and things like that. So basically, looking at the synergy of two different plants, it's the idea is two is better than one. Most of the time we say, oh, this particular fruit does this particular fruit does that. But then it's not any combination of natural occurring products that actually gives a positive result. Sometimes you can combine two natural occurring products and then you end up doing more harm than good to yourself. That is why you actually need to consult with somebody that is aware of the phytochemicals in each of these products before you take them. There's also something called an overdosing of natural occurring products, in which if you dose yourself, I heard of a lady in Benin that heard that bitter leaf is good. And then she turned bitter leaf to holy water, like morning bitter leaf, afternoon bitter leaf, evening bitter leaf. Eventually, she landed in the hospital. Yeah. So because it's natural, because it's good, that doesn't mean you should turn it to oxygen. There is a dosage to these things. Otherwise, you end up fighting for your life. And this combination of cashew nut and guava, from what we have seen, happens to be a good blend. And it has the right combination of phytochemicals in just the right doses. And if you want to take it as an agbo or a medicine, you would have to consult to know what dosage is okay for a prophylactic effect that you want, or if you're trying to treat a particular ailment. So you cannot self-diagnose. You cannot just decide, is it not guava here? Is it not pawpaw? Oh yeah, let's cook everything together. And then voila, it doesn't happen that way. So you really, really have to consult with somebody that would be able to take you through how those work. So the combination, like I said, are actually quite good. There's the synergetic effects of the two of them, that they exhibit significant anti-inflammatory effects, which means it helps your body, the impulse you have to fight diseases becomes much more smarter when you have these helpers that are helping your body respond to stress and any other intrusion of the metabolic effects. Basically, we also saw with, I would have loved to display this analysis was actually carried out in our laboratory here. Our laboratory here in, yes, this was conducted in our lab here in ADUN. So ADUN is helping with our research. And we're able to test for all these phytochemicals. Where you see a plus, shows that it is present. This is not a quantitative test. It's just telling us it's present or it's not present. where you have the plus plus means the thing is showing itself, right? It's not just present, but it's in quite rich quantities. But we did not do the concentration of it. And then we have some like with the reducing sugars and the phenolic content that was very strong presence where you have the plus plus plus. So these particular types of phytochemicals, I would say they actually help the immune system balance off a process called homeostasis, which is maintaining the body balance in your body. Like you are a living being because you have regulatory systems in your body. So they help the immune system to maintain that balance. So basically that was what I was supposed to explain. So in conclusion, okay.
Critical analysis. Why the potential synergetic effect of guava leaf and cashew leaf are promising. Most studies are preclinical, involving in vitro and animal models. There is a need for more human clinical trials to confirm this benefit and understand the mechanism of action. Additionally, variation in preparation method and dosage can affect the efficacy of these teas, warranting further standardization in future research. Conclusion, the combination of this guava and cashew leaf tea holds significant potential for improving human health due to their rich phytochemical composition and demonstrated biological activity. However, more rigorous clinical studies are needed to fully understand their benefits and optimize their use in traditional and modern medicine. Thank you. The French will say merci beaucoup. Yoruba eshe púpọ̀. The Igbo will say dalu. Italy, don't worry.
They say in everything there's politics. This woman a politician. Thank you. All right, we're moving and we're going. The next presentation looks like another set of students, if I'm correct. They have so many things to do about cyber attacks and websites, web application. I know Mr. Tega will be very excited. Let's call on Ernest Oyemdu. If you are here, to let us in. Oh, actually, it's coming from the cybersecurity unit. Please, thank you.
The chairperson, research committee, all principal officers, professors here, and all protocols duly observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to talk about a topic that has to do with layered security. Come in, okay. Getting cyber attacks on websites, mobile and web applications. House with a very high fence, all right, had essential dogs, and then just the front door. The other doors inside the house are not being used. He only locks the room doors and the other doors in the house if he needs his privacy. For another man having the same kind of house will always lock all the doors inside the house, including the ones in the room, whenever he's leaving his house. Who is wiser? The man that consciously locks all his doors, though it takes time, but he consciously locks all the doors in his house, strong doors, whenever he's leaving. Why? Because if he's not around and these burglars come and gain entrance into his house, they will have to thank God if they land in the bedroom. If from the ceiling they enter and they land in the bedroom, they will remain in the bedroom there. They will struggle to open the bedroom door first before they enter into the room. And that particular room that they are in, the door is also what? Locked. They will have to also break that one before they gain access to other parts of the house. The house is in different layers. And if each layers are secured, intruders will waste more time. They will be distracted. They will have stronger defense to conquer before they go to the next stage. What I've just described is the physical house. Software, the cyberspace is also being designed, and it has different layers, or we can put them into layers. As I speak to you, in most part of Nigeria, we have small houses where boys between the ages of 16, 17, 18, and 19, these boys lodge there. They do no other things, try to acquire knowledge that they will use to outsmart other people. Some people have called such houses HK, and some nickname it home of knowledge. But whatever they are doing there is for them to have better knowledge to be able to outsmart other people. What are we really talking about? That the security of our cyberspace is important. The cyberspace is made up of different connections and different devices. In fact, it is a digital space. And what we have in the cyberspace are digital assets. These assets must be secured, else there will be colossal loss. Talking about something we don't know. Many people have been attacked because almost everybody now are in the computing world, even when you're not in computer science. We do our bank transaction, we use WhatsApp, we use digital devices, and all of that. How do we secure the cyber space? All right? Okay, so the security of the cyberspace is very, very necessary. As a study done showed that just a single data breach, just a single security breach, as of 2015, about 822 million records were on count, and the losses are quite high. Therefore, when such study was looked at, we saw that mostly attacked was in the area of commerce. Of course, nobody wants to attack. Like if you have an academic journal where we publish paper, who wants to come and attack your journal? Do you understand? Knowing that he's going to struggle to process and say, please submit paper, peer review, and all of that. But people are ready to attack your bank app. People are ready to attack your e-commerce site and all of that. So because this is the mostly attacked area, it requires serious security. Basic things to note: what are websites, what are web pages, and what are all of that. I think these are the things we know. Website is mainly for information. Mobile web applications are actually interactive websites. They are mainly for particular tasks. Like the name implies, website that is applied to a particular task is a web application. All right. And then if it's designed specifically for the mobile devices, especially these devices that we use, having customized operating system like Android, iOS, we can look at them as web application. In the major goal is this: there's a problem. And what's the problem? Attacks abound. All right. And the solution to it is what we call layered security. In fact, the solution looks like this. What we are trying to say is that it is wiser to have our softwares designed in various layers, and each layer is furnished with various security features. All right. And that is a good way of doing software design that we can explore and then give, even if the attackers, like one of our students have come to talk about supercomputers, we know that, quantum computers, we know that when that comes, most of all the things I'm going to say here will all fade away. That's the truth. That is really the truth, because whatever I'm giving now is for classical computers. But for now that we are still using classical computers, let's not allow these people to outsmart us with the knowledge they are acquiring. All right. It is important for us to also know what we are going to do to secure our digital assets. A better way is to adopt the layered security. All right. And the layered security looks like something that looks like this. Each of the software design comes in different layers. And then you can implement security features like firewalls, antiviruses, intrusion detection system, intrusion protection system. All right. You can also have web protection, email protection, bootnet, and other controls, detection, and sandboxing. All of this looks technical. As the needs arises, we may explain deeper as we go. But what is important is that when we do this in a layered security, it is easier for us to have our digital assets saved. Okay? Now, the approach that we are going to use, the layer security method of design for developers is one, they should first of all implement perimeter security. Just like the normal house is, that after building, you have a big fence with electric and all of that. All right. In software development, we recommend I use first of all perimeter security, which is done in a network to protect the peripheral, that's to, in a network peripheral to shield internal network from the outside threat. For example, we can use firewalls at this level, intrusion detection system, intrusion protection system, antiviruses, anti-spyware, anti-spam, and anti-phishing. Now, like I said, once somebody is able to break this perimeter defense, then the actual host or the actual network itself is being attacked. For clarity, host here, we're not talking about the entity that holds the, what's it called now, the parasite, please. A host is a device that communicates in a network. Any device in the network that can communicate in the network, either send or receive traffic, is seen as host. As I speak to you, please be known that even your phone is a host if it's in a network. All right, for host security, we first of all look at how to secure the device itself. You may not be struggling to secure network when the device itself that you're using is not secured. A virus that you get in your host can even destroy the data, which is a digital asset that you have, even if it's not coming from the network. So host security, in that case, we should implement security strategies such as cross-site scripting filters and localized scripting filters. All of these can be implemented on our hosts, and the area to look at that is in our browsers. I think that will help us a lot. All right. Then the most important one is end user education. I think it's part of what we are achieving here. All right. Like I said, the reason why we are being attacked is because we are being outsmarted. Some people say, no, they don't use ordinary hand, they use plus. But please know the basic things to do first to even defeat, so that the Yahoo without plus, the G without plus will not get you aback or unawares. And so once the end users are well educated, it is very, very difficult to actually be a victim or a target. So we're looking at access control and authentication is also part of the things that we must include in our web application and development. What do we mean by access control and authentication? Please, what do we mean by authentication? If you want to enter ADUN, they must stop you at the gate first and check whether you are actually the person you said you are. In the same way, for you to use an application, we must first of all know whether you are actually the person who you are claiming to be. For example, you want to log into some sites or app, and they will say, okay, don't worry, we'll send you a code to the phone with which you register. Let's know whether you are the person or you are impersonating, right? And then the code comes. If you're able to supply it, then of course, it is believed or known that you are the person. Some other ones are input validation, which is a way of knowing malicious input. And some of these things are done when you see that it is better to tell somebody to send you a file through an email. Don't bother about the data you are going to use to download it, than to say, please give me from Flash, let me just put, because you may not have the correct antivirus to capture it. But if you send through your email, you see that Gmail will first of all scan before it gets to you. That's a better sense to capture. All right, there are some other areas. And the most important one is the vulnerability management. What I call it, vulnerability management. And what do you mean by vulnerabilities? Those loopholes through which we can be attacked, those loopholes. And as a matter of fact, attackers don't do this thing by magic. They look at loopholes before their victims are attacked. So how do we manage vulnerability? What are the roles of developers? The roles of developers is to do penetration testing and vulnerability assessment, so that to know whether their software is okay. Also, to use metrics like login time, all right, system response time. If you check this with the existing software, you will know whether you have done well or not. That's how to do a standard web application that will withstand the test of time. All right. The important one and the last area we're looking at is the role of users, because this is user-centric design we are looking at, the users in mind. And what are the users supposed to do? One, know these terms and don't be afraid to set them in your web applications. Sometimes many of us don't go to settings because they say, I don't want press waiting go make my system scatter. That's where the problem is. Know these terms and be able to use password and regularly update your password. Some people's password are their date of birth. Some people's password are their surname. Some use phone number. That can be easily guessed. And again, even if your password is strong and you continue using that same password for a long time, at the time it will be gotten. So it's better to always update it and change it at regular intervals. Turn on MFA, multiple factor authenticator. Some of them comes in two factor. That means you need to be authenticated first and second time. Please, when you're using MFA, it is advised not to say, MFA, send the code to my email. No, you can download a different application like Google Authenticator. All right. There are even other devices that code that you use for authentication can come in. Most times when we are robbed, our phones are taken. Then your SIM card that you use in opening your account is there. Your email is in that phone. The attacker will just open the thing, open the bank app. They will send code to him. He will, that same phone, take your money. There's no sense there. A better sense is use Touchlight phone and put your SIM card, that SIM card you use in registering your bank app. That is the sense. So that even when they take your Android phone and they want to clear your money, the code will first of all come to the phone, which likely they may not take. I'm not saying they will not want to take it, but phone now. You can afford to throw away that one. All those things are emergency things that can be done. Okay, so that's one way we can actually get through with all these ones. Then I want to talk about the use of HTTPS, or let me just use that word. Know about this word, HTTPS. You know, when we say HTTP, we say when I'm browsing, I will always see. Whenever you're browsing, just check your URL, you'll see it. Please, if you want to do any transaction on site, ensure that it is showing HTTPX. The X there is for security. And that means that the data you're going to be imputing will be secured. All right. And it is secured mainly using encryption. Okay. We are not using quantum computer yet. So our encryption systems are still working. I hope we're following. So let's still enjoy that one until quantum computer comes. All right. So these are the things that I know that if we're able to do them, follow them up, strong password, anti-phishing, anti-filters, all right, that we will not fall victim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation on the borders in cybersecurity and how to protect that data. We're moving and we're moving fast. Let's call on the next presenter, Ogunleye. Are you here, Neil? Please, okay, come for a presentation. There's another student on enhancing tertiary education with Learn Fusion. Please, you can come. I can see it's a team, so you can come and introduce yourselves and make your presentation. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. Standing on the already existing protocol, I am here to introduce Learn Fusion. We are a startup. We are deeply interested in quality in education. Now, we focus on enhancing tertiary education by innovative platforms where students and experts can communicate. All right. Now, the internet has become a very vastly evolving landscape by where education is needed for innovative solutions. Now, we have certain issues that we have addressed faced by tertiary institutions. Now, our startup is focused on revolutionizing learning experiences for both students and experts through a very comprehensive platform whereby learners who are interested in gaining knowledge are given assistance to multiple resources. Moving forward, COVID-19 was the beginning, or rather was the start of e-learning, whereby these things that we have right now, things like Coursera, Udemy, and so many others, also developed a very interesting landscape to which we can grow on. Now we are going to talk about the problems we are going to face.
Okay, so based on our research, we discovered that there are challenges in the tertiary education, yeah, that has to do with online learning. Okay, we discovered that there are limited access to quality education and resources and tutoring. Okay, there's also inefficient communication between students and experts, lack of personalized learning tools, and then security and payment issues in accessing educational services. Okay, now, so that's inefficient communication between students and experts. In cases of, okay, let me use Udemy as an example. If you buy a course on Udemy, or you enroll for a class on Udemy, yes, you have where you can, talk to your tutors, maybe ask a question, and then it takes time for them to respond back. Okay. If you're also a student here and then you want to, let's say discuss with other students, there's no place or there's nowhere for you to meet your other students taking that course. Okay, so these are like most of the things we looked at. And then we came up with our own solution. Okay, now we Learn Fusion. Number one is going to be a downloadable web application. So it's not necessarily going to be on the Play Store, but then if you use a mobile device, you use a desktop, you can easily download it from the website. Okay, and then one of the things we also put in there is interactive chat box for groups and personal interactions. I think I'll use ADUN as a case study. Okay, let's say I want to take a course on let's say ethical hacking now, for example. Yeah, definitely we have my tutors. I have tutors taking the courses, but then I would like to discuss with other people taking that course as well. All right, now on Learn Fusion, there are going to be communities, and there are also going to be group chats that will be available for people taking that course. And that is not only limited to ethical hacking; it's limited to fast courses, as many as will be taken on the website. And then we also have AI chatbot with OCR capabilities for enhanced learning. Okay, let's say let's say you have an assignment, or then you want to do something with AI. Normally, if you go to ChatGPT, you generate a text and all that. Okay, then you are to copy it and then paste it somewhere. It could be in maybe paste it on the Word document and convert to PowerPoint. Now, on our own platform, it does that automatically using OCR. So if you generate a text, for example, it automatically converts that text to either a PowerPoint or in PDF format, and then you can download it. And also payments, is also going to be secure in-app payments for, purchasing of courses, and then, paying for tutors too. Okay, so it's like going to be a lesson teacher kind of thing, but here you're not meeting with the lesson teacher in physical. Everything is going to be done on the net. Okay, and then we're also going to have real-time preview and device and cross-device compatibility. Now, what that is, anything you're doing on your mobile device is also going to be in sync with what you have on your desktop. Okay, so now you're not going to be lost anyway. We have a comprehensive resource tab with PDFs and past questions. Now, as a science student, yeah, most times it's difficult for me to access past questions or for study related activities. Now with Learn Fusion, we have a catalog or a database that's going to be specifically for accessing past questions, accessing educational resources like researches and all that. So if look for your department and everything, and then you go to the course catalog and then you choose whatever course you're looking for or whatever resource you're looking for. And also one of the things we are also implementing is live chat room or video conferencing for direct tutoring. Like I said, there are going to be tutors or experts on our web application. Okay, so classes can be done via the app, just like you have Zoom, you have Udemy and all that. Classes can be done in app. Okay, so now you don't have to start going to Zoom. You can just do everything there. You can also, give tests or exams virtually. So you really don't have to be with students. Okay, and then, so we have some key features. Okay, one of them, we have a user-friendly interface for students and experts. We have a development tools and educational database, like I spoke about earlier. We have advanced collaboration tools and analytics tools for experts. One of the things we also offer is secure user authentication and data encryption. Anything that has to do with database, that we need security must be the topmost priority. Okay, so now we are going to implement different, securities, and then they'll handle payment. I'll also handle the database of students or than those registered. Okay, and then we're going to have payments management and transaction history of courses you've taken and all that. So, okay, and for the market opportunity, I would like to call on Treasure to take this.
Thank you very much. Now we have listed out the problems and the solutions that we have faced. We have created an application. One of the most important things in web development is scalability. So we're going to talk about the market opportunity and how best we can grow this e-learning markets. Firstly, during COVID-19, I know that COVID-19 was a very stressful period because of the quarantine, also because a lot of people lost their jobs during that period, correct? Skills were needed, especially tech skills. Now, the increasing demand for e-education post-COVID-19, let's reference the graph here. This graph shows the growth of online education since 2019, and it has increased each year by 20%. Now, going to our second point, raising the internet penetration in developing countries. This simply means that the internet is growing. More and more people are joining the internet every single day with different devices. And this gives us an opportunity to capitalize on that. With this, we can get benefits. With this, we can also increase our, our range. Meaning education can reach different people from different locations, wherever you need. Now, we have an expanding market size for tertiary education solutions. Obviously, due to the rise of technology and due to the rise of the digital markets, more problems are being faced, meaning that more solutions have to be made. There are several people with several skills with several particular skill sets rather that could be taught to any interesting learner. Now, the competitive analysis. We have a landscape where there are already existing platforms for this. Platforms like Coursera, Udemy, Khan Academy, edX, and Chegg. Now, Nigeria, in Nigeria, we are going to give Nigeria a reason to localize our influence. This particular brand, or rather this particular startup, will give us an opportunity to show the world that Nigeria is also on to trend on these problems. We have an integrated chat box and OCR technology, as mentioned before. OCR technology basically means we create images into text and readable formats. We have a comprehensive resource tab for searching, as well as secure payment system. We run with a real-time preview and cross-device compatibility. Now we have a business model in place. Obviously, experts and users that come to this website or rather register on this website, we all need advantages, correct? So we have a 20% expert commission, meaning each expert that registers on this particular website, a 30% commission is gotten from you, or rather is paid to you based on the services that you provide. And now this model also presents us with a freemium model with premium features, meaning you can get the best of the best at your fingertips. We have subscription plans for advanced access to experts, meaning that experts can basically create an environment by which they set the basis on their pricing, they set the basis on what sort of learning capability that they can give. Now, moving on, I'm going to hand over to John to give us an interface on the progress so far.
Good afternoon, my ladies and gentlemen. Overseeing this development, I have the honor to tell you that we have gone substantially far in creating this. We believe that the main aim is to make users and experts comfortable in a user interface. They should be able to walk around, take a walk through, and know where to find everything, because not everybody is vast with computer aspects. So we have things in place so far based as expert dashboard, the user dashboard. We have the withdrawals. We have where you can upload these PDF files for each course. We have the chatbot AI, and all this will be shown at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
You have an interface. You have an interface, sorry.
We have the video afterwards.
We have the video. We have the video afterwards. Yeah, we have a video of it afterwards. Okay. Okay. So I'll be taking this part. So basically, we want to partner with the Admiralty University of Nigeria on this project. So first, we can run pilot programs. We can, test the platform, gather feedbacks from, students and then faculty. We can also want to, collaborate on developing and sharing educational resource. Get students involved. We can run, internships and project collaborations in the nearest future. Okay, and then we also plan to partner on funding applications, grants proposal to support innovation in education. Okay, and then the fifth one here, one of the fifth opportunities we intend to get with collaborating with ADUN is conduct, joint research on educational technologies and methodologies. There are so many talents in ADUN, okay, and I think, on the rise of this product, most students will come into the tech space. There are so many minds here, brilliant minds that can do much more than we think, So, collaborating with ADUN will give us that foundation for us to, start on. Okay. Sorry, so I would like to call on Treasure to handle the marketing and growth strategy.
All right, thank you very much. Moving forward, we have a strategy and we have a plan on how we can make this application scalable. First things first, we're going to run targeted campaigns in several tertiary institutions, meaning this campaign is specified for the users, meaning anyone who wants to learn, and experts, anyone with knowledge that is willing to share. Next, we're going to partner with several bodies and institutions. Partnership is very important, especially when it comes to making a product scalable. Next, we're going to use social media and as well as social media content to enhance marketing strategies. Social media is the greatest tool that we have right now. Thank goodness for the rapidly increasing rates of users on the internet. Next, we have an expansion. We're going to expand to other regions and other countries. Moving forward. I'd like to I'd like you to meet our dedicated team. First, I would introduce our founder, Ogunleye Neil, our co-founder, Onubogu John. I would also like to introduce myself, Treasure Samo Ogolo. I'm the product manager of this wonderful app. Next, we have our UI UX designer, Enujeku Delight. We have our data analyst, Wisdom Iweka. We have our back-end dev, Donald. We have our security analyst, Akorede Affair, as well as our front-end developer, Glory. Now we have a mission in Learn Fusion. Firstly, we just base on education. We want to revolutionize tertiary education in Nigeria as well as globally. We have a vision to become the leading platform for tertiary education worldwide, as well as fostering dynamic learning and so much more. Join us as we transform the education platform. Thank you very much. Our video, please.
Sorry, please go to the next one. So just a preview of the web application. So this is the expert interface. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. I think I must say we're saving the best for the last. There's a wonderful presentation when we talked about ADUN as a global university raising luminary leaders. This is what we were talking about. And I think the vision is coming out clear now. Because why not? If we have Coursera, if we have online university teaching courses, why not ADUN? And I think the management of this institution need to partner with this young team on this. I think they deserve another round of applause. Learn Fusion. Thank you. We're moving and we're moving. We're going to the next presentation. That's gone on Ogene Tega to lead this particular presentation of team. Thank you. Mr. Tega, the floor is yours. I think we have just two more and we're done for today because some
two more after this one and we're done. Please keep your questions so that at the end we ask them.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. My name is Mr. Tega, and I'm giving a presentation on investigating methods to counteract anti-forensic practices in ephemera memory. So there are three key points there. Anti-forensic, ephemera. What is anti-forensic? Simply put, it's how to evade from forensic tools. The word is ephemera. People would think it's something big. Ephemera means volatile evidence. So my presentation today is e-poster presentation. So what is the aim of this project? First of all, cyber criminals have found way to evade forensic tools. Mostly in this recent time, they have found way to evade forensic tools. So what are the methods they are using? They're using so many methods, right? But one particular one is false flag. What is false flag? For example, let me tell you what is false flag. When I went to UK, at the airport, I wore big jackets, and then the person behind me was a Jamaican man. When you see him physically, you will know that this one is carrying drugs. But then the police, the airport security, stopped me and told me to open my box. That thing you see on Discovery Channel. They told me to open my box, searched me. I wasn't carrying drugs, but me and you know that the Jamaican man was actually the one carrying drugs. So that's false flag. So what these cyber criminals have done is that they will do an attack, and then they will purposely put an evidence there so that you, the forensic investigator, when you come there and you see that evidence, you will just be like, oh, this is the evidence. Whereas the real evidence is running. And now, why are they using volatile memory? Because volatile memory is ephemera, it's very volatile. And what do we mean? If you switch off your system now, then it's lost. So that's why whenever there's a cyber attack, what the expert tell you is do not switch off the system. All you simply need to do is what? You isolate the system. What they mean by isolation? It simply means remove the cable, the Ethernet cable from the network. Now, what are the kind of evidence you can get from volatile memory? Network connections, hidden processes, and all that. So this paper is how we can get this evidence, or how we can see how we can identify false flag techniques that these cyber criminals are using. So what I did with my team was that we used a controlled environment in the cybersecurity lab there. Because when you're doing cybersecurity that has to do with ethical hacking or this kind of stuff, you can't do it in a real life environment. So now, before I go further, there's something that happened recently in ADUN here. Many of you don't know. Is the students that are aware of this. There was a file that was sent round, and the name of that file was ADUN leaks. That was the name of the file, an MP4. Then with the name, all of you want to play that audio, that video, right? But what happens? Because these cyber criminals have found way to hide their attacks in those kind of things, which is steganography. I like the name steganography because if you remove the S, you have steganography. And my name is steganography. It's Stega, sorry. Okay, so that audio, what happens is when you play the audio, automatically all your audio in your phone stops working. You cannot reduce. In fact, your phone stops functioning working. And then what you hear is the, sorry to say, you hear the pornographic sound of a male and a female having whatever. So this issue, most students were opening this video in class during lectures. And what happens is when the audio starts playing, they cannot mute their phones again. So these are kind of these are techniques these cyber criminals are using. So what I did with my team was we simulated this attack and used anti-forensic methods to find this evidence. Now, one of the forensic methods, anti-forensic methods you can use is data obfuscation. Now, what is data obfuscation? It simply means that you are pretending something to look genuine. You are making something to look genuine. So imagine when you are doing volatile memory forensic and you see something that looks genuine, you will just remove your eye from it. Whereas really that thing is really what? Something there. Then there's another method that has to do with data wiping, which many of you use. You delete file from your system and all that. But for this research, we had to base it on false flag because false flag is a new way that these cyber criminals are using now. Most forensic investigators don't know how to use detect false flag. So with this research that we're doing, we have been able to come about with a method of detecting false flag. So moving forward, this research is still open for more, how do you call it, more research, more investigation in it. Thank you.
Wow, I like this. Straight to the point. Hits the nail on the head, and you're done. The first presenter that we didn't have a timekeeper stand up to. Okay, thank you very much. 6 minutes, and that is it. Thank you. We are coasting home, and we have, okay, we have two more. Let me call on one, and then the last, Mr. N.E. Wocha. Are you here? M.E. Wocha, okay, Prof, from the Law Department, and is examining the jurisprudence of ownership under Nigerian law. Okay, please let's welcome the Prof from the Law Department to give his own presentation. Thank you, sir.
Good day. I pay my respects to the chairperson of this research week, professors here and colleagues, students. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to say that I'm going to take the topic examining the jurisprudence of ownership under Nigerian law. So all morning and day we have been listening to science, energy, renewable. Now you are going to listen to something else. That is law. And I want to tell you that law is the only subject that has cut across everything and subject that has been discussed here today. Take the first one, for instance. The prof who tutored us on how to make renewable energy. He ended by saying that we don't have to rely on national policy on energy. We now have to depend on the law, Nigerian law on energy, renewable energy. I hope I'm right. And then the other person talks about microfinance banks, how you can use mortgages and so on and so forth to get access to funds in microfinance bank. And what is the thing that regulates microfinance bank? It is the law, the banking law. And then all the sciences, inventions, proposals for inventions and all whatnot, what is going to regulate it? It is the law. So at the end of the day, the law is the beginning and the law is the end of every human endeavor. That is why I want to talk to you about something. The research you are coming up with, it will eventually lead to intellectual property rights. It will eventually lead to acquisitions of some rights over fiscal properties. I want to tell you, once you acquire those rights, whether it's physical or shares, debentures, and so on and so whatever you mean, I want to tell you the rights that Nigerian law has given to you, and then the liabilities that ownership of those rights has imposed on you under Nigerian law. Now, what do we mean by ownership? You have your pen, you have your biro, you have your bag, you have your car parked outside, you have your house where you live. So you are the owner. But the way you think about it is not the way the law thinks about it. So I'm going to tell you what the law thinks about that thing you think is your own. That thing you say is my own, I'm the owner. This is the way law thinks about it. Yes, law gives you the opportunities and the privileges to have it, to use it, to transfer it, and do so many things concerning it. But law also imposes a number of liabilities on you, which you owe it as a duty to observe and to comply with as an owner of that particular property. So what things can we own? What things can we own? Yes, ownership of property vary. They can be the ones we can see and touch, which you call corporate, and the ones we cannot see, shares, debentures, and so on and so forth. So those ones, you can exercise rights of ownership upon them. So, and then the ones you can see, think of buildings, aeroplanes, cars, and so many things. This output of scientific research, the end result of scientific research may end in you having copyrights over those researches. So how do you, what is the liability that you have as the owner of those copyrights, and what are the privileges that the law can give you over them? Let's look at the privileges first. Now, the most important component of the privileges is you have the right to possess what you own. What you own, you have a right to possess it. Remember that possession may be real, it may be actual, or it may be constructive. So you don't need to be holding your property as I'm holding this pen before you can be said to possess it. You can be in Lagos and possess a house in Asaba, for instance. So that one is constructive. And then you can also hold the property in your hands, and that one is actual. So now you can possess it. When you possess it, you defend it, you protect it. You can use it for the mortgages, like the lady that spoke about getting microfinance access to funds. You can use it for mortgages and so on and so forth. Now, when you own a thing, you have amplitude of choices. These are the things you can do with your property. You have the right to throw it out of the window, to drive it, to park it, to abandon it, and do whatever you please with your property. Anything you cannot do whatsoever you please without taking permission from a third party or a superior party is not your property. You also have a right for that property not to be expropriated. That means that property cannot be taken from you without due process of law. It's a constitutional right. And there are so many statutes that will give you protection over that property. For instance, if somebody steals your property, the law against stealing will come and play, and then help to apprehend and then prosecute those who have stolen your property, and so on and so forth. Again, the government cannot compulsorily acquire your property. If the government acquires your property compulsorily, it has to pay you compensation. So you have to earn income from the property that you own. And then thirdly, that is number 4, is you can, somebody, your children, your heirs, people who come after you, or anybody whosoever you please, can, you can transmit ownership of that property to any other person. If you have anything that you cannot transmit ownership to a third person, a third party, then that property is not actually yours. Now, what are the liabilities? Because they are showing me time. What are the liabilities? One, the first duty you have as an owner of property is that you cannot use that property for harmful purposes. If you own a building, you can't use it as a brothel. You can't use it, and then provide avenue for people to carry out illegal activities in that building. It's forbidden, and so many instances. So, and then if you have for instance, there are so many laws that forbid that, and you can also, that your property can be used to discharge your debts, your judgment debt. Somebody takes you to court over contractual issues, obligations, and so on and so forth. And the cause is you are to pay this and that amount to that person. It is that property that the court is going to lay hand on, and then to be able to discharge that debt. And thirdly, you cannot, every property you have is still subject to third-party interest, because, for instance, if you have a building, you cannot have exclusive possession of that building all the time, because if you rent it to a tenant, that tenant has rights. We call those rights third-party interest. So that your property is still subject to third-party interest. If you take your car to a mechanic to service in a workshop, after servicing it, you have a duty to pay that for the services and pay for the parts he bought in other expenses incurred in servicing the vehicle. Otherwise, that property cannot at the moment belong to you 100%. So what you are saying in effect is that use ownership of property has both the advantages, has disadvantages, and then the use of it can lead to criminal and even civil liabilities. So if you own a property, you must use it responsibly under the law, while understanding the benefits. You should also be able to appreciate the liabilities. I think this is the highlight of what how I can summarize that paper. Is quite a lengthy one, but because of time, I will have to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your wonderful presentation. Now we call on our next presenter and also the last presenter, Makut Alfred Mashat, who is going to be giving us his presentation on Laura's pepper, yaji, freshness meets flavor in every bite. I hope you are here with samples. Yes, judges will taste.
Thank you very much. All protocols duly observed. I'm here to exhibit what we call yaji. Now, I know most of us, when you go to the popular Suya to buy meat, they always give you what is called yaji. And most of you will be wondering, this yaji, what's the made of the yaji? What does it consist? And what do they use it for? I will tell you that yaji is used for so many things in the north. So, Laura's pepper yaji is freshly made with what we call all the ingredients from the beautiful city of Plateau State, where the land is green and all the best vegetables that you can think, the pepper, the tomatoes, and all the garlic, ginger, and everything that is used to make yaji is made from. So freshness meets flavor in every bite of Laura's pepper yaji, of which we have some of them here for you to have a taste, so that it's not just us talking and at the end of the day. One thing with Laura's yaji is uniquely fresh. You know, with sources from the red chili peppers directly from Jos Plateau, known for its fertile lands. And then, two, the premium ingredients. Our blend includes a deliberate selection of premium ingredients like ginger, garlic, cloves, and seasoning cubes. Now, this is what we use in making our Laura's pepper yaji unique from others, and it's unmatched freshness. Unlike many pre-ground spices, Laura's yaji promotes freshness from ingredients and a good experience for you to have whenever you have a taste of it. Next slide. Now, a legacy of flavor. You know, it gives flavor to so many things. A tradition with a twist. Now, yaji carries historical significance. It was named after a 14th century Hausa ruler. That's Yaji. His name was Yaji. Now, that pepper was now named after him. That's why it's popularly called Yaji. He's another 14th century Hausa ruler. And it carries the tradition of putting it in different foods, delicacies of northern Nigeria, like To, Mayo Kuka, and all those things, you have them. Now, elevating a Nigerian cuisine, now Lower Ziaji isn't just about the heat, it's about elevating any dish, adding depth and completely to take traditional and contemporary Nigerian cuisine. Now, you can use it to so many traditional and Nigerian cuisine. Now, sourcing is excellence. We are passionate about using high quality, fresh ingredients, like we said, sourced directly from farms, northern Nigeria. And then our meticulous blend ensures a consistent and delicious experience in every jar of the pepper that you can have. Then, Lawrence Yaji offers a taste of northern Nigerian tradition with a fresh and airy twist. That's why we keep saying, because now this is, look at it, we have shinkafa. You can use it with miyan kuka. You can use it with wheat, toned dawa, that's wheat. Now you can use it with toned shinkafa, is that's rice, what you call, like what you we call fufu here. Now we use rice to do that. Now the difference is the versatility, your one-stop, everything is the variety of dishes to use, the flavor, and then the authenticity of how it's being used to eat all these meals. Next slide. Now, the traditional dishes enhances flavors, classic Nigerian dishes. And one thing that you can use the lower yaji is you can use it to even eat rice. You can use it to eat yam.
that started that research or the one that has the original research idea. That's not true. I have, in fact, there's a particular grant I won that I am not even the PI, but I originated that research and called a couple of persons together because that research was not in my core area. I didn't think it was necessary that I became the PI, but we had some sort of agreements, and then we suggested somebody to run as the PI. Also, another grant that we applied to an international body, I think affiliated to FAO or something, is called Feed the Future. Grants, it was important that we included researchers from the US. So what we did was we incorporated from South Africa. Again, I wasn't the research, the principal investigator. The principal investigator, because the somebody who had very good impact factor, particularly in the area of research, where we did a proposal on Bambara granite. So the person who had good publication and PI on Bambara granite, we asked that person to be the co-PI. So yeah, so that's who the PI is. It's just the head of the research team and the one who the research body will always query. So PI has a lot of actually spent 1.5 million, so that you now have a surplus of 1.5 million. So the question is, would you want to refund the money? The answer is both yes and no. Yes, if you are very honest, if you are an honest person, and I can bet you if you refund such money, if those who manage that, maybe you have enough left over. I think the honest thing is to send it back. Yeah, you can send it back so that at least you are in the good books. What the grants body gave. Yeah, that usually happened. It happened in a particular case too that I am aware of. What happened was, if in fact in my presentation I made reference to the fact that at some point in one of our grants we have the grant money didn't come until about 1.5 years later, and because of the dollar exchange and then inflation, it was really difficult. We couldn't, and then we thought if we bought that equipment, which was now over 100% above. In fact, we had proposed 4 million, and by the time the grants money came, it was 7.8 million. What you normally would do is to write back to the grants agency. For example, for TED Fund, you have TED Fund offices all over the institutions. So you can write to them and let them know the predicament, and then you make proposition that will also help you to achieve the objective of your research without necessarily incurring additional expenses. So, for example, if you feel that getting to a lab that will do the work for you will be cheaper, you can now suggest to the agency, and then you add audited reports. For example, you can ask a lab to make quotations for you, and that quotation will be signed by an auditor, most likely the auditor in your institution, and then you attach it to the application to the grants body, so that you are not accused of virement. This is important. Be rest assured that you most likely will be granted leave to seek an alternative route, so that the research is eventually achieved. In fact, this is why it's important that in the skill of in trying to make out your budget for research, also try to include factors, inflation factors, consider inflation factors when you are quoting. Don't just quote the immediate money. For example, if you want to buy a wheelbarrow for one of your works and the wheelbarrow will cost you 10,000 naira, don't quote 10,000 naira. Look at possible future inflationary factors, and then probably you are quoting 15,000. It's really important. And then it's also important to add some miscellaneous expenses that you would now get money from to fill up, so that
don't need their foot of rain. First question is, the first question is, in cases like this where you have to set up a website that actually deals on edutech, because that's edutech, handling students, tertiary institutions and students course materials, tests, and all the rest of it. I think there should be an end-to-end encryption. It's not just with Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. I don't know if there is an end